I don't want to speak too much on it because I don't know too much about it. But if the central claim of Christianity was rainbow body, Jesus rainbow body, which that would really confuse things with the pride flag.
Yeah,
what do we do at that point?
Reclaiming the rainbow for Christ. Yeah.
But like if that was the central claim of Christianity, that would be the thing that apologists are defending.
Yep.
But we're not even considering it. We don't even know about it. It's something that there's like this tertiary knowledge of it. And I just think that, again, you're digging in, and again, if you look at like Muslim apologetics, which I've looked at a little bit, but there's certain miracles and and it's just like you see kind of a one-to-one apologetics channels that if you want to find those of like defense of things like the splitting of the moon and things like that like it just feels very, very similar. So anyway, I think the point is that it seems that according to the way that Jesus talks about it, the way that Paul talks about it, that if you make a decision, like this is happening on a spiritual plane. And this decision that you make to believe in the resurrection is not because it's the most plausible thing, not because it's the most reasonable thing, because it's not. It really isn't, right? Paul Agea's got a great video and a great theory on this called the minimal witnesses hypothesis, which I think is a great. I love the guy, and I think it's a great channel. But basically saying that like here's a natural explanation for how the church started that is plausible. Now, do we know that that's what happened? No, we don't have the level of insight that we can have into these events. Mm-hmm. But you can choose to believe. I think it's just ultimately what I'm asking for, I think, is just embrace the fact that it's a faith. And if you're saying that you believe this in faith because you trust God, and then there's a legitimate spiritual transformation that takes place, why is that not a good enough argument? Why do we have to get into using reason and logic? Because for me, I was told it was true because it was reasonable. When I found out it wasn't reasonable, I concluded that it wasn't true.
It sort of sets up the way in which it could be falsified. Because if your belief is that this has to essentially be grounded in empirical evidence or rationality, then if you discover that actually the case isn't as good as you thought it was, and so it's not for us to say that it's definitely unreasonable or that there is no evidence, but even just on a practical level, if somebody becomes convinced that the arguments they heard from an apologist that made them think about Christianity actually aren't as well founded, if that's what brought them into the church, then that's what will send them right out again. It's the same hand that leads you in also pulls you out. Okay, and so in that case, is it not better to ground Christianity in what historically people have claimed is the most sort of important part about your relationship with God, which is the experience, the faith, the sort of personal commitment to a relationship with Jesus, that kind of stuff. And yeah, you're right. I mean, like if you look closely, the Bible is constantly talking about. I mean, there's a passage where it talks about how you sort of like shouldn't be fooled by philosophy. And
because there was a lot of sophisticated Greek philosophy that Paul was running into.
Yeah.
And they were, this is the beginning. He was like at the heyday of this Greek thought. And he understood it. And he was basically saying, if we get into thinking like these guys, it's going to lead us away. The resurrection will be foolish if I'm using this as my parrot.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah,
right?
Isn't that interesting? Like if we were sort of trying to sort of argue in this way, the resurrection would be foolish. Well, in so many ways, that's what a modern atheist on Reddit says, isn't it? Like, the resurrection is foolish according to reason and rationality. And in a way, as a Christian, you could say, yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be jujitsu? I can't remember. It means something like literally like, I wish I remember this, but in jujitsu, and I'm not, I was a yellow belt in karate.
Yeah, right.
But like the idea that you use the momentum of your opponent and you don't necessarily use your strength and you don't dig in, but if they're coming hard this way and you kind of let them go past you and you flip them or whatever.
Yeah.
But exactly like the skeptics are saying, this is a foolish thing to believe. As a Christian, why can't you say, yeah, it is, but try it?
Yeah.
What would that be like, right? Versus, no, it's not. No, it's reasonable. Let me show you. Here's the historical evidence. It's just like, and then you're like, yeah, the historical evidence is real thin, guys. And there's very few Christians who are willing to admit that. Dale Allison is my favorite of all of them because he is willing to admit that he has made a faith decision, because you can't look into this cloud of history and come to confident conclusion.
He's phenomenal. I had him on my show, I think between seeing you last and now. I think I hadn't had him on when I last spoke to him.
wow.
I've had him on the show. Great episode. He's also one of my favorite. I mean, his book on the resurrection, I think we said this last time, is like it's like I always want to say it's the only book you need to read on the resurrection, including the Bible.
You can read the introduction and adopt that way of thinking, and you save yourself a lot of pain.
I often find that, like, I was speaking to a biblical scholar friend of mine recently, and he was sort of like, sometimes I feel like I enjoy reading about the Bible more than I enjoy reading the Bible. I was like, yeah, me too, man.
Yeah,
me too.
I get that.
But yeah, I spoke to John Lennox on the show as well. And one of the things that I spoke with him about was that if you believe that Christianity is based on rational argumentation, now it may be that Christianity or theism in general can be supported by evidence. Maybe the complexity of a biological cell points to God, or language or whatever. The problem is that if you think that that is what you need to ground the faith, that's what you need to sort of get the faith going, then what this does is it creates an intellectual barrier for entry. It means that if you are not smart enough to understand the Kalam cosmological argument, if you don't know how premises lead to conclusions, if you don't know the difference between deductive and inductive logic, then you're not going to be a Christian. And because this is the way that Christianity is supposed to be proven to people, if you don't understand, historical methodology, if you don't understand what a criterion of embarrassment is, if you're not smart enough to work that out, then sorry, mate, Christianity isn't for you. Which is sort of unthinkable. When put in those terms, it is completely unthinkable that is what Christianity would be about. So this isn't to say that there aren't good arguments you can make and good evidences that you can discuss. But the idea that that is like the way in and that is the reason for your faith, I think, is a mistake, at least as a practical measure for trying to bring other people.
It's not biblical.
Yeah, that's right.
You're supposed to become like a child.
That's right, yeah.
And so to me, it just feels like a temptation, a human temptation that Christians have fallen for.
Yeah.
To be like, well, no, I need to make this reasonable.
Yeah.
It's just like, do you trust God? You don't really have to make this make sense from a human standpoint. Does it make sense from a spiritual standpoint in your particular experience?
And it's interesting because some Christian listeners might be thinking of Romans chapter 1. In Romans chapter 1, Paul says that sort of God and his invisible qualities have been known for all time.
So we're without excuse. You're without excuse.
So the people are without excuse. I can't remember the exact phrasing. Maybe we can find it or put it up on screen. And some people will listen to that and go like, oh, well, it says that, God can be known through sort of the world that we live in but the fact that it says that no one is with excuse, that every single person knows God's existence, also I think implies that whatever it is that Paul is talking about there, the kind of thing which sort of guarantees that anyone can know God, cannot be some complicated syllogism or biological observation through a microscope or something like that. It has to be something that is just present in every single person naturally, and that's not going to be something like apologetical argumentation, right?
And even with that passage, if you think about
what is that? But can I borrow your Bible?
Yeah.
While you're talking,
if you think about what
pass the Bible on the left-hand side.
If you think about who Paul was writing to and what they understood,
yes,
I think someone in the first century was without excuse because there was no explanation at all for reality apart from a personal God in many ways, right? The modern world only made... Oh,
sorry.
Now you just revealed that this is Diet Dr. Pepper that you're drinking.
Oh, it's whiskey. Can we get a tissue? Is that really bad? This is a
no.
This is a proper Whopper table.
You know who sits at this table on a regular basis? Link Neal. If this table is Link Neal proof, it's Dr. Pepper proof.
You were saying?
I was saying that at the time that Paul was writing, I do think it would have been unreasonable and stupid to be like, there's nothing behind this.
Yes. I'm looking at Romans chapter 1, verse 18, but I'm skipping forward importantly to verse 20 here. For his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world, in the things that have been made, so that they are without excuse. Yeah, it's odd reading it in the ESV, but it seems to imply that it's got something to do with the actual world. It's not just like this eternal thing. It is something about like looking at the world and his invisible qualities are present in there somehow. But the fact, to me, the important thing is that he says that they're without excuse, like that every person have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world, like implies, again, that whatever it is, it can't be complicated, and it can't require like a great deal of reflective thought.
Yeah, this is plain.
Yeah,
essentially.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I do. I mean, you know, I still have a lot of Christians say that to me today. It's like, what? Isn't it obvious? Isn't it like, look at the sunset? Like, isn't it obvious that there's a God? And I'm like, well, there are parts of me that are very you know, that makes sense to me, that there is this beautiful creation, there is this beautiful world, and that it very well could be the case that there's something or someone behind it. But it could also be that someone is in it, and this is just inherent in the nature of the way that this works, you know, like some sort of pantheist idea. I just don't think I'm not going to figure it out. Like, you know, that's how I respond to that. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. And maybe that's the case. And I see how that if you're a Christian, then this is kind of a bedrock philosophical idea. And I respect that. And I'm not trying to get somebody to question that. But it's not, even if we came to that conclusion, we might at best arrive at deism.
Yeah. You know, I would really like to see the extent to which this revival, the people who are sort of going back to church, particularly young people, if I could like interview them on the way in and ask them like, what is bringing you here? Like specifically, like, and I really doubt that they would say, you know, I listened to this lecture by William Lane Craig, and he was talking about the nature of causation, and the penny dropped. There's some people, maybe, sure, but I would just presume that it's much more experiential.
Yeah.
It's much more personal, it's much more subjective.
I think that it's a sense of belonging.
Yeah. And you know what the Enlightenment did, in my view? You know what the scientific method does? I talk about this all the time in the context of consciousness, which I won't get into. If you've got your sort of Alex O'Connor bingo cards at home, there's consciousness. We still need to do the Gnostics, and I need to talk about triangles in the head.
Right.
But I talk about it when it comes to consciousness because my friend Philip Goff wrote a book called Galileo's Error.
Yeah.
He's a big panpsychist. He believes that, you know, science can't explain consciousness. And Galileo's error was like mathematizing the world in such a way that it just precluded talk of consciousness. Galileo said that mathematics is the language of the universe, right? And as a scientist, that makes sense. Yeah, I can describe physical operations and stuff all in the language of maths. The problem is that by defining the universe in that way, you've excluded anything which cannot be described with mathematics, essentially. And you kind of get a bit of the same problem here, which is that what science does is it moves you from the subjective to the objective, from internal to external. The purpose of science is to say, like, I'm seeing a table right now, a stained table right now. You're seeing a stained table right now.
It's going to dry.
It's drying as we speak. But, you know, our perspective of how it's drying and the shape of the stain and all of that kind of, it's very different. You know, you're seeing a different image, literally, to me. So what does science do? It says, if somehow we could, like, step outside of ourselves and see the table for what it really is, as opposed to how I'm interacting with the table and how you're interacting with the table, that's what the purpose of science is. It's like, yeah, you have that experience and you have that experience, but what's really going on? What's the actual nature of stuff? So it moves out. But if faith is supposed to be personal and subjective and individual and inward, then this approach of stepping outside of yourself and trying to see the world for how it really is, absent any personal considerations, is like inappropriate.
It's like stepping up to the gates of heaven with the wrong key.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, well, I believe this because it's the most reasonable thing, and it was proven to me.
Yeah. And I also find it very difficult to believe that, like, you would get to the pearly gates and God would sort of say to you, like, you know, do you think that this argument is valid, or what's your sort of historical belief in it? Like, it really feels like that wouldn't be at the forefront of anyone's attention when it came to, which is why I think this reading of Doubting Thomas is really interesting, because, like, and in fact, there's a bit of a conspiracy theory here that the reason why, the Christian world was insistent on depicting Thomas physically touching Jesus was because it was like this great Enlightenment sort of answer to the Enlightenment. Like, here's the empirical proof that Thomas has, and sort of the physicality of Jesus and all that kind of stuff. But if Thomas never touches the wounds, then what actually happens? Well, Thomas says, when he hears about Jesus, he says, I would like to see evidence. I want to touch him. I want to thrust my hand into his side. Then Jesus shows up and meets him and says, I'm here. Come and touch me. At which point Thomas just drops to his knees and says, my Lord and my God. Yeah. There's a reading of this which, because it doesn't narrate him touching the wounds, there's a reading that says that what happened was Thomas demanded evidence, wanted evidence, but when he actually met Jesus, he instantly just realized how silly that was, and was like, oh gosh, my Lord and my God, and Jesus is like, blessed because you believe because you've seen, not touched. Seen.
Yeah, right.
You believe because you've seen.
The painting was interpreted too much. Yeah. It's interesting to think about. This is a little meta, but it's almost like if the story is a later, it's in John, so it's one of the last things, and it's like John is responding to some of the things and some of the critiques that have come along, and this importance of the bodily resurrection, which you don't see in Mark, has suddenly become central to the beliefs. And now that's a part of this. It's almost like even within the Bible itself, they're already responding in the wrong way. That's an interesting little rabbit hole.
Yeah, because some people think that John's Gospel, being the latest, was written with some kind of polemical intention, that there were things going on in the early church community that John's Gospel is written in order. My favorite example to talk about here is always John the Baptist, because in John's Gospel it's like, there was the first person named in the Gospels, unless you count the word in the Gospel of John, is John the Baptist. There was a man called John who was not the Messiah, and he was preparing the way for the Messiah because he himself was not the Messiah. He was just making way for the Messiah. And then John, who was not the Messiah, it's like really wanting to know that.
Yeah, just so you know.
Some people came and they asked him, are you the Messiah? And he said, no, I'm not the Messiah.
What would you think that?
It's like, okay, what? And it seems to be that there were people who believed that John the Baptist was the Messiah. Yeah. So this is sort of a polemical attempt to reestablish, Jesus' position as the main guy. Some people think of similar things going on with the emergence of Gnostic. There it is, bingo. Gnostic Christian sects in the early church that believe that Jesus is this ephemeral spiritual apparition kind of, and it's like, no, we're gonna emphasize Jesus' physicality with where he is physically presenting himself to the disciples. And so it's not quite clear that this actually happened. It also only shows up in John's Gospel, the Gospel of this story of doubting Thomas, and also it seems to serve some theological purpose, which is a lot of. I didn't realize this for the longest time. I can't remember exactly where I learned about it, but when Jesus says, "Anyone who's seen me has seen the Father," who is he responding to when he says that? He's responding to Philip. And a lot of people know, it's because Philip asks, Jesus, when are we going to get to see the Father? And Jesus says, Philip, don't you know how long have you been with me? Anyone who's seen me has seen the Father. But Philip doesn't actually start that conversation. It's Thomas that starts the conversation. Thomas asks Jesus something, at which point Jesus then says the famous, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. At which point Philip asks, when do we get to see the Father? And then he says, anyone who's seen me has seen the Father. So it's interesting that at the end of the Gospel, it's Thomas who sees Jesus and says, my Lord and my God. As if he's finally understood the answer to his question earlier, that anyone who sees me has seen the Father. Yeah. So there's a lot of theological motivation. So whether it happened historically, in a way, you kind of want to say, who cares? We're never going to know. There's good reason to think that it did happen, that it's not historical, but maybe it was, who knows? But what's the message here? What are we being told by this story? And I don't think there's a very easy way to read this as very pro-enlightenment. Let's put it that way.
No. And I think this, I think that I'm speaking to an audience who believes that it's the inspired word of God, that it's all true. And so I'm like, okay, well, if you do believe that, then how does that actually impact the way that you think about this? Because I think that Christian apologetics has actually done a lot of harm. Maybe I feel like the apologetics is this double-edged sword, because there's a lot of people who, first of all, there's a lot of people who never think about their faith from an introspective way, and there's never any kind of self-critique.
Mm-hmm.
Those people don't have any use for apologists. Their pastor may occasionally preach a sermon that gets into apologetics, but they're just like, yeah, I know it's true. You don't really have to convince me. Then there's people who start asking questions, and the apologetics answers are satisfying, and that's it. They don't dig deeper. I think it is useful for those people, but for the people, and again, I think the church wants to keep these people, the most curious and the most thoughtful, who are like, well, let me look into the answers that I'm being given. And then that's when things begin to fall apart. And I just think they're being led down a road where they're being asked to really think about this very deeply versus experience this deeply spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, we could talk about that point forever. We can move to the next point. Too.
Yeah, well, let's move on. But I think I mentioned earlier this quote about philosophy being, it's Colossians chapter 2, verse 8, which perhaps you can find in this Bible and read out, just because I think this is essentially, in summary, like what we're talking about here, and I think it's summarized perfectly well there.
Yeah. So it says, Colossians 2:8, see to it that no one takes you captive by philosophy and empty deceit, according to human tradition, according to the elemental spirits of the world, and not according to Christ. Again, this is the same. He's just like hitting the same message again.
Yeah, and I think that the most important part of that is the human tradition.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, and I don't actually know what the word philosophy would have meant to Paul. Like, it probably would have meant something quite different to what we mean. I mean, philosophy being a Greek term, like love of wisdom, philo, and sophia, I would presume that it was literally the same word being used in the Greek there, but like, we don't know exactly what it meant, but it quite clearly is talking about like human tradition, human thought, human ways of thinking. Don't be held captive by them. And okay, when you first hear that, it's like, don't be held captive in the sense that like, I've captivated you with a sophistic argument that's not really actually true. You can also read this as like, don't be held captive by it, and that even if it's even if it works, even if it's accurate, even if it's like helping you to spread the message, right, it will keep you captive in the sense that now you've defined the terms that you have to play by, such that if somebody's got a good reason against your faith, or if someone's got a doubt of your historical methodology or something, well, you've made that bed, and now you have to defend it on those terms. Don't be held captive by this approach.
Right.
And I think that's a wonderful summary of just what we've been talking about.
And it's the opposite, because he's saying to be, this is according to Christ, not according to, So I think that, again, it's not like, hey, this is not that good of an idea. It's like, no, this is actually counter to, like, because if Jesus is real, if the Spirit is real, there's real transformation that's happening. Like, you're literally becoming a new creation. If those things are happening, then you see how the human philosophy, tradition, and reason just pales in comparison. It's like if I do a magic trick, if I do a literal magic trick, and then you're like, well, explain how that happened. I'm like, it's magic, man. Like, if I explain to you how it happened, I'm taking away from the magic of it. It's almost like what you're saying when you really buy into the explanation is that you don't believe in magic.
Yes. Yeah, what is it Lewis said? C.S. Lewis said, I believe in Christianity for the same reason I believe in the sun. Not just because I can see it, but because by it, I can see everything else.
He had some good ones.
He's got some bangers. Okay, moving on. We've done one, so...
Yeah. So this middle one is really fast and actually doesn't rely on the Bible. I mean, I'm sure we can find some verses that support this idea, but it's embrace truth, right? Again, we talked a little bit about this last time. I think the biggest example of this being that the church has a truth problem is that, at least within the United States, about, depending on what poll you look at, but about 60% of the church does not believe in evolution. They think that humans were created in their current form. And this is the crazy thing, right? That is a controversial statement. To say that the church has a truth problem because the majority of them don't believe in evolution, and I can see the comments just rolling in right now that evolution is just a theory, there are no transitional fossils, every mutation is detrimental. evolution is falling apart. Even the evolutionists don't believe in it, and they're fighting all the time, and the mechanisms don't work, and all this stuff, all these platitudes and tired things. The fact that these, I like to call them high confidence, low information people,
Right?
which that's a great recipe for leaving a YouTube comment. It makes it irresistible. The fact that what I'm saying right now, that being stated as a truth problem, is just evidence of the truth problem. Because this is, again, I'm not going to give a case for evolution. Lots of people have done that. But this is the most well-attested fact of the natural world. It's the only way that we can make sense of what we actually see, including the human. Like, a lot of people are like, I believe in some sort of evolution, but humans are separate from that. Well, you can't do that. Humans are part of it. Very clearly, there's no like qualitative difference. And it's very clear that we are related to all animals. Why is this such a big deal? Well, because anyone who actually, and I use this as a litmus test, and I'm going to sound a little bit like an asshole when I say this. I understand that, because if you're coming from a certain worldview where you think this is not true, the disinformation campaign that the church has successfully pulled off to make people misunderstand evolution and think that it is incompatible with their faith, or it's just not true, has been so successful that it kind of makes talking about it this really controversial thing. But the thing is that if you don't believe in evolution, I know one of two things. Number one, which is most common, is you really don't understand what evolution is and you don't understand the evidence for it, right? Or number two, you do understand it, but yet you hold to a dogma so tightly that can't let it in, that you find some way to have this cognitive dissonance where you can kind of push it to the side, right? And again, that will be insulting to a lot of people, and I apologize for that, because I know it's not a question of intelligence, it's a question of dogma and a question of misinformation. But the crazy thing about this is that, and I talked about this before, this idea that people are like, why is this such a big deal to you? Because there's plenty of Christians who believe in evolution. Why did you let this affect you so much? And I try to be clear, and I'll say it again, I didn't stop being a Christian because of evolution, because there's plenty of C.S. Lewis. There's plenty of Christians who believe in evolution. But what it did for me is it caused me to develop a trust problem with the most powerful voices in the faith, who were leading me through some of these issues and helping me think about them.
I see.
And the interesting thing is that some of the most prominent apologetics voices today, people who have a lot of traction on YouTube, they readily admit they believe in evolution, because they are familiar with the evidence and they understand that it's not a controversial thing. It's not like, well, they know that it's true. But it's such a consequential truth that if you have the majority of people in your church not believing it, that represents a really significant truth problem, and I just don't know why more of them are not shouting it from the rooftops of like, we got to get this right. Like, we have to accept this fact. If we're going to move forward in the long term, we have to accept this fundamental fact about reality. And I think there's some downstream effects, like in your conversation on Diary of a CEO with was it Greg Koukl? Again, we're doing the same thing. You can't talk about somebody with a weird name without saying it wrong.
I think you say it focal or kofel, I think is the American way.
You kind of got into, which is inevitable a lot of times with an apologist, a little bit of the moral argument, right? We're talking, anytime a skeptic says anything about right or wrong, there's this appeal to, well, what's your basis for that? And then we were into the moral argument. But there's an interesting thing related to this, that a lot of times they end up having to dismiss the evidence for the development of ethics and morality in humans. So you've got these, precursory moral intuitions that you see in non-human primates. So you see empathy and you see sharing and you see these other things. Like, we have a good natural explanation for the nature of morality as it exists in humans. But that research has to be dismissed because that can't be true, because those animals don't actually have precursory morality. They might have some kind of common gray. I don't know how it's explained really. But what I'm getting at is that not accepting this core truth, you end up not accepting other truths. Like now we can't really talk about ethics in a meaningful way without just appealing to there's some objective standard that God has given us, and that's where morality comes from. And it's like, well, actually, if you look at the latest research, we've got really good reason to believe that these moral intuitions evolved.
Well, what do you think is the resistance then? If there are so many Christians who accept evolution and seem to not have too much issue with that, why is there such a cultural resistance within popular Christianity in America to this idea that we share a common ancestor?
Well, I think one thing is trying to reconcile it with Genesis. So I think that, and I would say specifically reconciling it with the fall. I think original sin and the fall are theologically very important.
Yeah, that's true.
So like Tim Keller, the late Tim Keller, who talks a lot about this, he like accepted evolution. And again, I read a lot of these guys when my faith was floundering, because I was like, well, there's a lot of really smart guys that believe evolution, but how do they reconcile it? I wasn't satisfied. Again, I was operating completely in reason and logic. I wasn't satisfied. I didn't feel like there was an actual great explanation for this. There's like, oh, well, we know from genetics that we probably only got down to about 10,000 people. I can't remember the exact number, but like we never got down to 2 people. Even like the mitochondrial Eve and the literal Adam and Eve, like the male and female who are the progenitors of the human race, they didn't live at the same time. But like there's a male that everybody's related to, and there's a female that everybody is related to, but they were at different times, like according to genetics, and it's kind of interesting to look into that. But I think it's hard to reconcile what you see in the Bible when you're like, well, I'm going to start taking this account literally, and I'm going to take the entire Pentateuch literally, and I'm going to look at the flood story and all this stuff. And so I think there is a real reticence to just be like, guys, all of this part of the Bible, this early part of the Bible, is a polemic against the Mesopotamian myths that they were exposed to. The creation story itself is taking the same imagery, the chaotic waters, the separating the waters from the waters, the formation of people from clay, but it's taking those things that were understood culturally and it's resetting it in a monotheistic framework. The flood story is clearly dependent upon earlier Mesopotamian myths, right? But I think that people start getting, and there's progressive Christians who accept this, but people start getting really, really scared, because then that's when things seem, you can't walk out of that exercise with a belief in inerrancy.
Yeah. Well, but it's not like it's like modern response to modern science that we need to reinterpret Genesis. I've talked about this a bunch on the show. Like, people have thought that Genesis is non-literal as long as Christianity has been a thing. Like, church fathers thought that Genesis was not literal. I mean, one of the big reasons we'll have like for not thinking things are literal is just because a lot of the time these stories don't make sense. Like I there's some discussion about the temptation in the desert in the Gospels, for example. And Satan takes Jesus to the top of the mountain and says,
we'll get to that
and shows him the whole world, right? Yeah, we are going to get onto that.
But, go for it.
He says like essentially that you can see the whole world. And early Christians looked at the story and thought, well, you can't see the entire world from the top of a mountain.
Even if the world is flat, you couldn't see all of it.
That's not possible. So this story must be some kind of metaphor. And it was as easy as that, right? Like biblical literalism of the kind that thinks that, the earth is 6,000 years old and Adam and Eve were, well, maybe not in the Adam and Eve case, but certainly in terms of like the creation narrative and stuff like that. It's a relatively like modern phenomenon to be like, no, this is like a literal account of what happened. Like so many Christians throughout history, not just, I just want to clarify, not just like in the modern day in response to science, let's reinterpret Genesis.
That was just a given.
For a very, very long time, And so, when you say embrace truth, you're talking here mostly about evolution and...
I think I'm talking about, we could have a whole discussion about the historical critical method of looking at the Bible. And again, this gets dicey because it feels like the other side of the coin of the embrace faith that we talked about, right? And I think that if you're a Christian, you're holding these two things. If you're a thoughtful Christian, you're holding these two things in tension. Because I have faith about the resurrection and my relationship with Jesus and the things that are the power of God that I can't have historical insight into. But evolution, you have a lot of evidentiary insight into, right? We can know kind of beyond a shadow of a doubt. But there's also things that we can know about the Bible, like talking about Genesis. Well, it's pretty clear that there's 2 accounts of creation in Genesis from 2 different sources. That whoever put the Bible together decided that even though they were contradictory in some ways about the order of creation, the emphasis, the name of God, and these things, that these 2 theological perspectives were important to include. So do you have to take the edges off and insist that it's one voice and that Moses wrote it? Or can you be like, no, for some reason God decided to have these disparate accounts in his word that may be different than you actually think about. Or when you're talking about prophecy, like you've got examples of Matthew, especially because he loved to do this, essentially inventing things that no other gospel has, that there's no historical records of, to fulfill Old Testament prophecy, right? Yeah. The best example of this is when he talks about Jesus having to flee to Egypt to escape Herod's massacre. And it fulfills 2 prophecies. One, out of Egypt I'll call my son, and the other one is Rachel is weeping for her children, which was a reference to the massacre. Well, there's no massacre of Herod in any extra biblical writings. There's no massacre of Herod in any other parts of the Bible. So he invented, the best conclusion is that he invented a massacre so he could invent a fleeing to Egypt so he could get a 2-for-1 fulfillment of Old Testament prophecy. That's the most reasonable conclusion about that. And I think that, does that mean that all of Christianity falls apart if you believe that Matthew was sort of like taking liberties with Old Testament prophecy? I don't think so. There's plenty of Christians who accept that critical scholarship and are still Christians. This embracing truth can go, it gets dicey for sure. But I just think that when you've got really thoughtful people who are looking at the stuff that you're saying, and they're looking at something as evident as evolution, but then they're getting into this historical critical scholarship, and they're like, these guys have a lot of points. Yeah. You can just put the blinders on and just be like, I'm going to believe, quiet. Or you can be like, I'm going to go into this unafraid. And just, if something seems to be true, I'm going to accept it.
I think there's a very thoughtful kind of Christianity, which, like, okay, there's nothing in principle that stops you from saying, I believe in the resurrection, I believe in Jesus, I believe in his miracles. But when someone says, but did you know that, like, this particular passage, most scholars think it was added in later, it was an interpolation, that you go like, oh, okay, well then I don't believe he did that. And that's it. And you just accept it and just move on. There is a version of Christian belief that does that. Interestingly, man, one of my biggest gripes is that I try to be very, very nice to my Christian listeners. I'm very grateful for them. I have wonderful conversations with Christians. I'm deeply interested in Christianity. But people on the internet keep saying that I'm about to convert. And it's because, for me, it's just the lowest bar in the history of intellectual thought that me not saying to people, you know, they're a bunch of idiots and they've got absolutely nothing going for them. The only way that can possibly be explained, that I'm actually listening to them and hearing them out and going, that's really interesting, actually, it can only be because I'm about to convert to Christianity. And man, it gets on my nerves because people do it on like YouTube shorts. There's this one YouTube short of me, which people keep telling me about because they see it on their feed that someone made. And it's like me speaking on a podcast, and they put that music in the background, all that kind of stuff. And I'm saying, like, you know, there's the story of Jesus where he comes across the woman caught in adultery. And, you know, they say, you know, the law says that we should stone him. And he says that he who is without sin cast the first stone. And it's just, I mean, it's so based. It's so brilliant. It's just it's a perfect encapsulation of the ethic of Jesus and the real ends. If you go and look at the podcast, the very next words out of my mouth are, but of course, most scholars believe that this was a later interpolation. Right, it wasn't originally in the Bible, and so, you know, it didn't really happen. Right? That's why I was talking about it.
It doesn't matter, brother. The Lord is drawing you to Him.
And do you know what? The person who made that reel knows that's the next thing I said. They know that.
Of course, because they had to edit it.
And they put the music and everything. I'm just like, come on, man.
Well, so as we were talking about, I've started my own YouTube channel. After 20 years on YouTube, I've decided to start my own channel.
Yes, we'll put that down in the description.
But I don't know how often I'm going to do videos on there. but because we're stopping the podcast, it's going to be the place that I talk about this type of stuff, maybe other stuff as well. But I made this one video that was about why I don't fear hell, and then I got caught up in the Christian algorithm real fast, just because it was a new channel and they were like, "Who's interested in this?" And people comment, a lot of Christians comment on my stuff anytime I talk about this stuff. But this was like a new level, and there was like this one night where like comments were coming in every like couple of seconds, because it was like it really hit the algorithm. And so many of the comments were like, well, this is evidence that you do fear hell and that you are being drawn back. And again, it is difficult to not be like, to not get frustrated about that.
The most frustrating thing is it's not like you're making a video saying Christianity is stupid and I'm an atheist, and then a bunch of Christians saying like, oh, well, you know, you should be afraid of hell. It's that you're quite thoughtfully saying, you know, like, here's some considerations, and Christianity's got this going for it, and this is what I think. And then people are saying, you know, you should be afraid of hell because it's, you know, it's coming for you. It's like we're trying our best here.
Yeah, I mean, this podcast alone will be used as evidence that the Lord is drawing both of us back. Here we are with an open Bible. Here's the thing, man, you know what? If the Lord is drawing me back, it's like I'm not resistant to that.
It's fine by me.
I'm not. It's like I'm not. That's not my disposition as much as I'm told that that's my disposition. I think the thing that's offensive is that assuming to know the heart of someone else is that's the thing that's sort of like, well, you know why I did this. You know what. You know all my motivations. You know what my life is like. You know what my relationships are like. Your comment seems to imply that.
I don't mind it. Exactly, but it's just that it's so, like where you just said then something like, if the Lord is drawing me back, then I'm here for it. Like, there you go, that's your clip. That goes on a YouTube reel. Put it in black and white, and people do that. And when they do that, like, it's not, I don't mind people saying like, you know, it seems Alex, you're really interested in this. Like, do you think, you know, are you becoming more Christian? I'm just going to tell them honestly, like, you know, probably not. Like, but it's the people who are quite intentionally like editing to deceive.
It's all about engagement, man.
Yeah.
It's all about. That's why I welcome these comments, because as those comments about how I should fear hell and how the Lord is drawing me back were coming in every second, I was like, well, this video might do okay.
Yeah. I'd recommend people watch that as well. I mean, I've talked about fear of hell. It's been years since I've spoken about it as well. I don't spend that much time thinking about hell these days. But it's something that a lot of people, especially if they're sort of fresh out of a religious tradition, it's something that people
it sticks around.
Can be afraid of. So you've got a great video on that, and you reference a few videos in that video.
Yeah, I really reference the ones that you should watch, because I don't go very deep.
Yeah, like GM Skeptic went to like Jerusalem to investigate, you know, the origins of hell. It's some really interesting
stuff. There's people
stuff.
who do deeper dives.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's get to the final point, which is embrace Jesus.
Yeah, so we've had embrace faith, embrace truth,
embrace Jesus.
Embrace Jesus. In that order?
In no particular order. This is just how it came to me. The thing here is that this is really about the cultural moment that we're having right now. And I think that there are a lot of things that are happening in the church that are inconsistent with the way Jesus spoke about things, and by definition are not biblical. And I think that this is one of the reasons that the church is growing a little bit right now. There's a political side to this. I think that the sort of dogged pursuit of political power and the consolidation of political power, especially in the United States, by Christians, is one of the biggest betrayals of the teachings of Jesus. And I think that it has been disillusioning to a lot of Christians. Interestingly, my entire deconstruction happened outside of that, and now I was a conservative Christian. I voted Republican because of abortion, probably alone. But the political landscape has changed a lot. And at this point, the embrace of the pursuit of political power and talking about it and how it's spreading to more and more Christians, I feel like this is a new level. I don't think this is something that I experienced, 15 years ago when I was deconstructing. So I want to talk a little bit about what Jesus has to say about this, or what the Bible has to say about this, and then we can kind of talk about why I think this is such a problem. Let's start in when Jesus is before Pilate, right? So this is just kind of setting the stage. You've got Jesus before Pilate in John 18.
Mm-hmm.
And he essentially says, Pilate is basically asking him like, well, let me just say it. Let me just read it. So Pilate entered his headquarters again and called Jesus and said to him, "Are you the king of the Jews?" Jesus answered, "Do you say this of your own accord, or did others say it to you about me?" Pilate answered, "Am I a Jew? Your own nation and the chief priests have delivered you over to me. What have you done?" And Jesus answered, "My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, my servants would have been fighting, that I might not be delivered over to the Jews. But my kingdom is not from this world." So again, here we are. Jesus is having this moment where he has been taken in, and he's being taken in by the political forces that existed at that time, where they were kind of executing the will of God to literally execute him. And what did he do? He took that opportunity to say, "My kingdom, this is not about this worldly kingdom that you're talking about. My kingdom is not of this world."
And if it were, my servants would be fighting.
They'd be doing something about it right now. They would be in here doing something about it. The reason that they are not resistant, in fact, earlier when Peter cuts off the ear, he's like, "No," he puts it back on, He's like, no, that's not what we're doing. We're not fighting. We're not here to fight. You don't get that anywhere from Jesus, right? Well, you get that a little bit from Israel, which I think is one of the reasons that I think Christian nationalism is a little bit confused about trying to basically be the nation of Israel today. It's like, it's a little complicated, but let's just talk about Jesus.
And the imagery there of Trump with literally a broken ear shouting "fight."
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds like stark contrast.
Right. But I think it gets even more explicit. So this is the famous passage where the Pharisees try to trap Jesus in the question about taxes. So they had been giving him a number of different challenges to catch him, right? And so we'll just kind of cover this because I can remember the details. So, the Pharisees have this idea to come and ask Jesus if they should pay taxes to Caesar. And the reason that they thought that this was a trap is because if he's supposed to be the Messiah, at least as they understand it, he's supposed to be the one delivering them from this Roman rule. So if he's like saying, "Yeah, we should give money to our oppressors," not a very good Messiah according to their perspective. And if he says, no, we shouldn't pay taxes, then they report him and get him delivered to the Romans, right? So this was like a nice setup. And when they do this, they say, "Should we pay taxes to Caesar?" He's like, "Grab me a denarius, grab me a coin." And then he takes it and he says, "Who is this on the coin?" And they say, "Caesar." And he says, "Render to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's." Why is this so important, and why is this so relevant to the current situation? Notice he didn't say anything like, "See this coin? It should say, 'In Yahweh we trust' on it." That's the battle that we should be fighting. We should be fighting to get the kingdom that is oppressing us, or the kingdom of this world, to represent God. He's basically saying, this is irrelevant to my mission. Yeah, pay taxes to Caesar. That's a completely different thing. This embrace of political power and thinking that is the answer, that's how we bring about the kingdom of God, it is a complete misunderstanding of what Jesus was talking about. And I do think it's wild because the whole, the "In God We Trust" on the American money, like it's a pretty recent innovation. I can't remember
the Cold War thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can't remember exactly when it.
Look, that's water.
Yeah, all right.
Right onto the Bible. I only did that to make you feel welcome.
Okay, where were we?
Everything's cleaned up. My Bible's a little bit wet. No worse. Okay.
Holy water now on the table.
So I think that this last passage is the one that is the most informative about this. And you talked about it a moment ago. The temptation of Jesus. And of course, he's out there in the wilderness for 40 days. And so there's the three temptations from the devil. The first being, turns these stones into bread. The next one being throw yourself off of this and the angels will save you. And then the third one being going up to the top of the mountain, saying, look at all the kingdoms of the world. I will give you all of this if you will just bow down and worship me. And of course, Jesus says, be gone, Satan. You know, what does it say exactly in the ESV? He says,
worship God and serve him alone.
Yeah, be gone, Satan, for it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God and serve, and only him shall you serve. Again, it's the
and interestingly, that's not actually written. Jesus is like slightly rewording the passage he's trying to. In the Old Testament, the passage is something like fear. I think it's fear God and serve him only, or something like that. It doesn't use the word worship, which is obviously it's Greek and Hebrew, but he's not actually quoting it quite correctly there, which is interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Side note, footnote.
Yeah, footnote.
Continue.
So. This is pretty wild, considering the state of the current American church. Because there's a lot going on here theologically, of course. But the one opportunity that Jesus has to make a commentary about embracing political power over the kingdom, or the kingdoms of this world, is presented as a temptation of Satan. This is presented as a temptation of Satan to fall for this. We've got to be in control of the kingdoms of the world. Does Jesus say, well, okay, maybe you're in charge right now, but you just wait until a few of my followers are in government, or you wait until we're in charge? Again, he says, it's not about that. We are operating on a different plane. And it just blows my mind that we've gotten to this place where this seems to be the way that the kingdom of God is going to be established, is by infiltrating and taking over the government. And I'm not just saying that it's not a good idea from a Christian perspective. I'm saying it is forbidden. I'm saying that it is explicitly called out as something that will take you away from actually doing the work of God. And I think it's interesting. I think it's worth noting that the more that Christians have embraced this pursuit of political power, the more they have embraced political leadership that looks a lot less like Jesus and a lot more like the devil himself. Is that not crazy?
Yeah, I think it's true, but it's also maybe it's a bit easy to say, like, that if you pursue political power, you begin to sort of betray Christian principles. And some people will listen to this, and I think there are two things which people will say in response to this. One thing is they'll say, okay, but if you look at the Old Testament, God is constantly installing literal political kings. There are at least some contexts in which God thought that it was necessary to have, his rulers on earth. I think I know what I would say in response to that. I wonder what you would say. And the second thing is then, okay, I'm a Christian, I'm sat at home, I'm listening to this. Don't clip that either. And I would like to know what to do then, because I care about what's happening in my country, and I want to vote for somebody who shares my values, but am I supposed to look at anybody who says, I'm a Christian and I'm running on Christian motivations, and say, no, I'm not going to vote for you because, that can't be true. Whereas I feel like I want someone who's Christian to, run my, like, what can they actually do?
Those are good questions. To answer the first, I think that the kingdom of Israel, of which was, sort of preparing the way for the Messiah that he comes out of, that's a different thing. That's not America. That's, that doesn't apply to these kingdoms. That's a different thing. I don't think there's a theological justification for applying principles of the way that God was establishing and upholding his nation for his people, and then trying to apply that even to modern day Israel, or definitely to any other kingdom. That just feels like that you can't, that dog won't hunt, as they say.
To the extent that we can make sense of God having like a chosen people and a chosen nation, it seems like America, despite what they think, might not be that. But even so, there is this...
Maybe not.
Please don't revoke my visa. The problem, the other thing is that, like, Jesus is presented as this fulfillment, and sort of fulfillment of, but also, like, in many ways, like, he sort of removes the need for certain kinds of Jewish practices. So, like, there's this idea that Jesus is kind of like the new Jewish temple. It used to be that you worship in this particular place, and this is where you meet God, and now it's Jesus, and Jesus is everywhere and anywhere. And a similar kind of thing is happening here with like authority. I mean, the Jewish kingdom was waiting for the Messiah, who would be, their ultimate king. And when the ultimate king comes, he's not a political leader. He is the opposite of a political leader. So I think that the extent to which this
sure, I'll find it.
You just had it in your hand.
Yeah.
So it can't be far.
Yeah.
This hand can't be partially. Maybe in your room?
Yeah, maybe. I was looking at it. I have pockets, but I probably throw that shit in there.
never. Ooh. Sugar plum.
is specifically a problem. Like